Oh, there you are. Welcome to Proto. I'm Alpha Proto, and today we are working on Blazing Strike, Graffi, Jumping Air Attack, Hard Punch. I haven't did a live stream in a long time. Um, I, I was supposed to be working on this a few days ago, but I've been ended up cleaning my house and helping my brother fix a television. So I'm behind a couple of days. So this animation is 10 frames. It usually takes me an hour a frame, so I should be done by, yeah, 10 hours from now. Unless my process has gotten better or not. We'll see. We'll see. Unlike the other streams, I've been out of practice, so I've got some new subscribers on YouTube. I've got Scum of the Overworld. He has subscribed. I mean, Scum of the Overworld has subscribed. I've got Greg Levitre. Thank you. Got the David Asylum and the Dive Slayer. And Sylvia Torres. That's really cool. Sylvia Torres. See, I have a wide range of people who follow me. So, I am going to try to focus on my work more than the stream, chat. I'll try to give some insight on what's going on. So, I've split this animation up into some layers. I put a big green background so I could see through the sprite. See if there's where the empty spots are. This is the sketch. This is the reference of the stance and the colors I use. This is what the skateboard looks like. This is what the backpack looks like. This is what the bottom of the skateboard looks like. That's all on one layer. This is the sprite layer. That's the color palette, but I always get my colors from this. And this one's special because it used 3D model as reference. So I have to use this 3D model reference because the board wasn't drawn out. So to get a general idea where the board is, I'm going to trace this board on each one of these frames. But before I do that, I'm going to make sure that this pixel art is just one solid color. Because right now it's... Well, I'm going to make sure these lines are one solid color. So I'm going to take this black and I am going to... I guess I'll turn the tolerance up to 25. And use the contagious fill. And get rid of all these... Okay, that's way too much. Okay. How about 5? Okay, let's turn off contagious. Yeah, there we go. Get rid of all these off-gray colors. probably be better to get rid of everything that wasn't. Black already. Going to load the color palette. Let's see if I can drop a bucket of transparency. See how that works. No, I don't think I want to do that. Yeah, I do. Because then I'm gonna have to color in everything anyway. But if it's black, I don't know. It's probably better to have it black though. Yeah, I guess so. My allergies been kicking my butt. I should have a more masculine voice like this, but I'm talking through my nose. COVID. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm gonna go through every one of these frames and I'm gonna get rid of all the artifacts in the line art. That I see. It's hard to see these. I wish that when I loaded up the color palette that these would be the only colors that would show up in the sprite. When I save it, I think that's the case. I hope. Don't want any phantom colors popping up. Don't. There we go. So I've got a gaming mouse now that I programmed for the spriting. It's really cool. I don't have to, when I use a mouse, I don't have to keep going up to here all the time. Most of the functions are in the 12 buttons on the side and the 2 right and left clicks on the top. Then I got a gaming, like, left side of the keyboard. And that's what my left hand's on. Instead of having a whole keyboard across my lap, it's just like my left thigh. It's really cool. I should have got this done the other day. When I say other day, I mean like 2 days ago, or yesterday. Yeah, so I was fixing the HD TV. It's a really big one. It's a 3D TV too. Okay, I didn't go to sleep that day. So I finished the jumping light punch on Friday. and I was staying up late, and my brother said, "Yo, help me fix the TV," and I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, the TV's off center." So it's really big screen TV. I mean, it's like 80 to 70 inches big. It's not flat. Well, it's flat screen, but it's not. It's projection, rear projected. And we have to line up the projection. It took us all day. It took us from... Okay, yeah, it was like 7 in the morning because I didn't go to sleep. And then at about 9, we're like, okay, we got it. Or, well, it was 9. No, wait. Yeah, it was 9:30 a.m. We were done. We're like, okay, we got it. And I said, okay, since I'm up, I guess I'll go shopping. So went to go get dinner stuff for... Went to go shopping for dinner. And then I came back and my brother was like, "Yo, it's not centered." And I was like, "Yeah, it is. Everything's showing." He's like, "No, it's not." And we went to a grid that YouTube had to align your television. And yeah, it was off, but I tried to argue with him that I hadn't gone to sleep and that it would be practically impossible to get it perfectly centered because he can't... Every little movement he made, the projection would move like inches off the screen, on the screen. So I was like, just be satisfied with that. And the thing is, it was slightly tilted too, so it was a slope to the picture. So even when he got it kind of lined up correctly, there would still be a slope, and it was really annoying. But I guess he got OCD, and he got really mad. He said he wanted to do it before my father got home. So we worked on that until like 7 p.m. And then I kind of crashed. It was about... No, couldn't have been 7 p.m. It was like 5 p.m. No way, it was like 6 or 6. I think I fell asleep at 7? No, I didn't go to sleep. I don't think. Did I? Yeah, I went to sleep on Saturday at 7 or 7-ish p.m. And I woke up the next day at 6:30 a.m. Messed up my Duolingo streak. Alright, that's... I don't see any off... What's this? Nope. I don't see any off-color pixels from the line art. So I'm going to save. Right, what else? I'm going to change all the black lines to the darkest color of the sprite. I think it's this one. It's kind of hard to tell, so I'll use this. I always use the reference sprite. Right down here. Eyedrop tool. Oh, these are locked. I'm gonna lock this though too. Here we go. See, some pixels were off. You can see them now. Yeah, a lot of drainage to of my, sinuses. Crazy. It's raining out. I was not expecting that. Well, at least not today. Maybe if I watch the news, but I don't watch television anymore. I've got a pretty good process for working on these sprites. Alright, there we go. It's all the lawn art. It's this solid color here. Going to... I'll use this. No, wait, I'll use this. Alright. I was just checking to see if that was the correct color. It is. That is too. Oh yeah, these lines aren't. Oh, it's Trap Productions here. Mr. Proto, how are you doing today? I am doing pretty good. Woke up. I actually cleaned my closet out yesterday. I spent the whole day doing that. Had a whole bunch of boxes in there. My brother, he's been selling a whole bunch of action figures. His walls are full of Marvel Legends, the Toy Biz ones. And he's trying to get rid of all of them. Like, he doesn't really care for Marvel anymore, and plus, I'm getting Marvel Legends now. I'm collecting them. And they're, even though they don't have the paint applications that the old ones had in the early 2000s, they're the art style's consistent. They're scaled perfectly with each other. Like, the characters scale, like Wolverine isn't as tall as Omega Red or Cyclops or anything like that. He's like he has his own body that they keep using. That's really cool. I really like that. They have simple designs, and they reuse a lot, but it's clean looking, and it kind of gives it a animated feel to it that I like. Kind of went like action figure photography crazy. Like, these cell phones are so good at taking pictures and adding filters and all that stuff. Like, I like using DSLRs and stuff, but I really like those filters. So I take a photo, I filter it. No, I take a photo, I crop it, I filter it. Then I make the adjustments. It's fun. It's crazy fun being able to create shots and stuff. It reminds me of when I make movies, setting up lights and all that stuff. But it's super distracting. I've got a bunch of SH Fig Arts. I bought 2 bootlegs for like $7. It was like SH Fig Arts, Chun-Li, and Ryu. The Ryu broke. Well, the Ryu keeps falling apart. It's not technically broken. It doesn't hold together. And the Chun-Li, I think it was working okay, but yeah, yesterday I finally opened the Ryu and it's really cool. But yeah, I wish I could have just been working on this animation. I was doing so good. I was getting really focused. I was concentrating and focusing on my work instead of... What was I doing? I don't know what I was doing. Oh, I was keeping my mom company. She's been sad. So, keeping her occupied and in check. Okay, let's pull this reference up. I should read the chat. Yeah, what I did, I've been taking pictures. I printed out. I took some. I had some backgrounds that came with the SH Fig Arts, but after I looked at the photos, it really stood out that the ground wasn't matching. So I ended up printing out sheets of like ground texture and putting that on the under the sprites, using it as a ground. After I'm done with all these animations, I'll start posting the photos on my Instagram probably. I'll use my Instagram for that. That and illustrations. I guess I'll use white. Yeah, I'll use white for the board. That'll make sure I know where it is. I'll stay zoomed out. What? See, I see these, like this original 3D model, and I'm like, it's interesting how its design's changed since then. So his foot's behind the board. That's really weird. I don't... You know what? I think I'll actually trace the board a little bit for the details, art details, too. I was just freehanding it. Just because something works in 3D, like CG model, doesn't mean it'll work in practice, usually. Plus, there's always artistic liberties. But yeah, ideally I can get an animation in a day done. And since I had a conversation with Rare Breed Makes Games about streaming, and he said just don't show any special attacks and stuff, from what I remember. So this isn't a special attack. This is a jumping attack. I technically could have streamed the jumping light punch, but I didn't even think about it. I was just trying to get the animation done. One of the animation before the jumping attacks was labeled incorrectly. Well, it was labeled, yeah, incorrectly. Let's say that. And it was actually 2 attacks in one. It was about 25 frames, and it really did take me 25 hours to get it done. It was felt like 4 days, probably 5 days, just working on that one animation. Tried to go to sleep last night. Oh, yeah, hard work shows into detail, says it's Trap Productions. Yeah. I've been scared that I'd get blood clots in my legs from sitting down for so many hours. Even when people aren't around. It's not streaming, but I wasn't streaming, but just the amount of hours. I actually got into a good groove though, because I'll wake up around 8 if I actually went to sleep. Start spriting at about 9 or 9:30. Stop at 1. Well, I'd either stop at 1 or 4 p.m. Yeah, probably. But I work for about 4 hours at a time. And sometimes I stop it, go for a walk, go buy some food, cook dinner, eat dinner, catch up on news, and then start working at 9 p.m. and finish at midnight. The hand's here, the board's here. Well, that's a thumb. That's a thumb. Thumbs can hold stuff from the side. Skateboard wheel. Shoot. Hey, you never want to corrupt the face. That's the money maker. Is this another hand? Let's get rid of this. How are you doing today? It's a Trap Productions. Getting a little shaky. Probably use a straight line tool. Alex, this is. I don't get it. Am I supposed to drag this? Yeah, I guess so. His hair. I'll freehand it again. The way it's taken too long. I woke up coughing today. Like I swallowed something. Like a bug or something. Serves them right. Just kidding. But yeah, just coughing. Hope I'm not sick with anything. Hope it is just allergies. Been as careful as possible over the past year not to get sick. This trap production said it could be better dealing with a real mess right now. My water heated, busted, and it's leaking water into my garage and kitchen. Oh, dang it. Yeah, that is a mess. That's like hashtag real life problems right there. It's always the most annoying stuff people have to deal with. It's either serious or just annoying serious. Well, I guess that just counts. That's mostly annoying. But it's something that needs to be taken care of and done and used and all that stuff. Okay. Don't think I need to 3D model anymore now. Alright. He said BRB, but what he said, in fact, this trap production says, in fact, I must go and sweep some of the water from the garage out into the driveway again. Yeah, man, hate that. But yeah, yeah, that day, Saturday, I think it was Saturday, that was up like, how, 48 hours? 20, wait, okay. It was more like, man, I'm getting tired thinking about it. Yeah, I was up a long time. I went to the store and bought some frozen chicken thighs that were on sale. And I'm trying to eat less carbs, more protein, vegetables, fruits. And I was gonna defrost one. I put one in the refrigerator. But I bought steak too. Like, I think it's round steak. I make fajitas out of that. Oh, I better talk about the Sprite. I'm looking for gaps in the line art. I'm looking for gaps in the line art that could give me problems later. Later. Now let's look at this again. Okay, I don't know what I just did. I must have accidentally touched the screen. with the stylist. I didn't realize it. I'm gonna move this layer here. It's in my mind, that's where it is. Okay. I was wondering where the other hand was. I see it now. It's about usually 4 hairs up here. Sometimes 5 pop up. Excuse me. Maybe I should mute the mic. Things get a little too real when you're coughing on stream. Don't want to sound like I'm coughing all over you guys. Now I like the arm detail. Let's go like here. There. Actually, is this the right skin tone? It looks kind of orange. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever had to use the 3D model myself. But, you know, the 3D model's just a guide. It's still animated by hand for the most part. This is part of the backpack back here that didn't get added to the line art. Added. 2 canisters. Yeah, but what's there's a strap here. Add the backpack. Side of the head. I've been walking. About 7 to 8. Wait, yeah, 7:30 to 8 p.m. I've been going for walks. Just a short walk. There we go. Let's try this again. Contagious. Oh, not. Let's turn to contagious off and do this again. Alright. Well, yeah, it's been good to go get some exercise. Been sitting down, working on sprites for so long. Actually, just COVID weight in general. Just not being able to do anything. I was actually doing pretty good before COVID. I was walking and stuff, but everything's starting to clear up again, so I'm starting to get out again. But I've got a lot of responsibility on my shoulders with this animation, so I'm trying to make sure I get this done. Oh, hi, Smurfia. Smurfia says, yeah, if you're starting out, it's best to walk first. Yeah, I've been walking. Not even that far. Like, in general, I think when I'm done walking, it's about a 20-minute walk. I'm like, maybe I should actually walk places instead of driving. But, I've got these animations to finish, so it's like, I'm trying to balance, like, my health and my work. And my work is sitting in a chair. I'm working on sprites right now. Like, only thing I miss about doing physical labor is the fact that, I get a workout out of it. But I've when it comes to physical labor in general, I was starting to get out of shape anyway, so I was always slower than everybody else. I couldn't keep up. That's something I keep in the back of my mind when I think about what I'm gonna do after I'm done with these animations. I'm like, okay, I'm either gonna have to find another job doing more animations, or I'm gonna have to go back to the workforce, work for the man. And it's a sad thought, really, but I couldn't cut it as my own boss. But there's a lot of security in working for the man, like insurance and steady pay. It's a bummer. Okay, these lines are still rough, but I'm just gonna deal with it. And start blocking in these colors. Oh wait, no. Wait, yeah, okay. Murphy says, just back home, about to work out, 100 dips, 100 push-ups. Dang, I tried to do push-ups today, using those bars that you hold on the ground or something. Yeah, I did one, and then I tried to plank instead. I was like, okay, I'll plank, and I was like, yeah, okay, 20 seconds. So yeah, I'm gonna have to find a place to put in working out. Maybe after, okay, it's 4:52 right now. I started streaming at 4. Maybe at 8, I'll go walk. And that'll be my break, and then I'll get back to streaming at around 9. But it rained today. So it's probably super muggy out there. Texas weather. Did I just dox my state? I don't know. I'm actually happy. I like Texas, so I'm not ashamed to tell people where I'm from. Probably tell my accent anyway. But it's more allergies than accent. It's kind of getting weird here. I can't really distinguish much from anything. Okay, I think this is the ear, this is the mask, this is the face too. And I think that whole area is the ear. And I think this is the headband. Just going around. I'll just do that. And I'll just turn this whole headband black. Oh, right, Kitty's here. Hi, hi. Wow, this guy looks super cool. Thank you, thank you. I'm just trying to finish these sprites. This guy's name's Graffi. It's in the game Blazing Strike. Oh yeah, I did some auditions yesterday too. They're open casting. So if you're an amateur voice actor or looking into being a voice actor, they're a good group to start off with. It's actually school video game projects. And they hire voice actors. I've auditioned like for them once or twice, but I've never gotten cast by them. So I've kind of been passing up their auditions. But yesterday I went ahead and gave it a shot. Oh, that reminds me, I got auditions due tomorrow. So I've got to record those tonight too. I've got to record them before I go to sleep, because if I don't, I could sleep past the deadline. I don't want to do that. I need money. Money? Cash, my man! Japanese fighters got to stick together. Oh, yeah, you can probably do some. I'm in the middle of a spriting, but let me see if I can pull up. Yeah, Street Fighter quotes. I love that movie. That's my favorite animated movie of all time. Uh, yeah, it is. Like people bring up Akira all the time. Akira looks amazing. It has mouth animations to match the lip flaps, and it's good frame rate. Everything's smooth. It's not choppy. Like Miyazaki, good animation, but I don't know. It's a little choppy for me. I'm used to Disney stuff when it comes to theaters. But Street Fighter, man, I love that movie. It's so simple, but it just makes me happy. Let me get this. Let me get you guys a link to these auditions for these games. So I'll post it in the. I'll post a mailing list in the chat so everyone can, if you feel like auditioning, there you go. That's for the mailing list. And you scroll down and these are the projects they're working on. Yesterday I auditioned for a character named Julius for them. But yeah, I didn't know they paid money. I thought it was just something that you would do if you wanted to help a bunch of students who make games. But yeah, they dish out some cash. Sylvia. Yeah, Vega. But even though Vega got beat really bad, he was super creepy and intimidating. His presence in that movie was really good. Like the look of fear on Chun-Li's face in that movie. That really made you go, yeah, Vega. Because before that, you know, you just play the game, it's like, oh man, this Vega, this is gonna be annoying. It's not fear, it's just annoyance. Ah, here he goes, the guy's jumping around. But then you see the movie, he's so creepy, and the way he stalks her and stuff. So cool. Okay, let's get these shoes colored in. Frame them off. Oh yeah, the background's not really there. Nah, it wouldn't make a difference if I did that. Yeah, I've got to do this way. There's no other way to do this. Might as well get these two. I think that's a strap. Trap Production says the song from The Hobbit. Look it up. I still haven't seen The Hobbit. I own it. I still haven't seen it. I have not seen the movie that I own. Got it on Blu-ray. I mean, I like The Lord of the Rings, so it's technically a sequel to Lord of the Rings. So I should like The Hobbit. Oh, I mean a prequel. I'm sorry. My mistake. But I haven't been able to watch The Lord of the Rings in years. I always get past the... I have The Lord of the Rings on Blu-ray, but I have the extended edition DVDs too. And I cannot get past disc 1, so since Blu-rays have more space, I guess we won't have to worry about trying to swap out discs. If swapping out the discs is... No, the reason I don't swap out the disc is because I'm usually really tired by the time the first disc is over. Now that I think about it. This Trap Production says, it's okay, it's nowhere near as good as Lord of the Rings, but it's not as awful as other people have made it out to be. It's passable. I'm pretty good with passable. Sometimes I could just enjoy special effects. Sometimes I don't need a story to be deep. I just need them to, like, show me some really cool special effects and wow me. I think that, like, Guardians of the Galaxy, I was just so impressed by how real Rocket the Raccoon looked. He looked like he was really there. Like, there's not that many things that... where I'm like, yeah, I could tell it's CG, but it's like... it may have moved like CG a little bit. Rocket, I mean, but it looked like it was real, you know, the hair and all that stuff, fur and stuff. That really fascinated me. So yeah, if a movie's just really fun to look at, I can have a good time. Nah, let's not worry about that right now. Let's get this jacket color now. Or should I do the straps? Nah, let's do the jacket. Shoot. Excuse me. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. I need to see that. See. There. Probably another line. Right. Trap Productions. Some CG has gotten better over the years. I love a good CG fest of creatures. Either thousands of them or good old giant monster. You know what I mean? Yep. Vegeta. Trap Productions also says, but making realistic humans is a huge hurdle animation studios have yet to overcome. Yeah, well, the way I see it, they can make realistic humans, but they have to use human reference, so that defeats the purpose. Like I've seen, like the facial animations on LA Noire, the game LA Noire, those were performance captured in a really interesting way. They had the actor say the lines. You know how they do 3D laser scans of actors' heads? And then they usually take that one scan and rig it. And the rig would be how you animate the character's face. Well, LA Noire didn't do that. They basically took multiple laser scans of the actor's face while they performed the lines. So not only were they getting, yeah, I think that's right. They were getting animated 3D models of the actor's face in motion. So that's why it looked so good. Because it wasn't rigged to animate. It was just a whole bunch of models being animated. It's like, it's such a easy concept. It's like when you see it in action, you're like, why didn't I think of that? Or why did it take so long for someone to think of that? It's like kind of obvious. I guess it takes a lot of processing power because the textures on the faces on LA Noire were pretty low res. I think they were capturing the textures of their face too from different angles too and reapplying them to the mesh. But yeah, it's just, when it comes to original animated characters, like made up characters like the Hulk and stuff, they're still using human reference, but I don't know, it all comes down to motion for the most part. Like, you could have something that's animated bad, but if it's, well, you could have something that's modeled bad, but if it moves realistic, it can fool your eye. That's what I've noticed anyway. That's a really extreme pose. Rat Kitty says, yeah, I've seen some weird CG humans. What's that movie? Beowulf? Yeah, that was weird. I know they call it the Uncanny Valley. I think we've kind of reached it. Well, actually, that's been reached a long time ago, but we're really close on getting photorealistic humans. Well, like I said, we do have photorealistic humans because they're basically animated photos. Those 3D models of live action people. Like I said, they're scanning them. They're scanning their physical performance into the game. Into whatever perfectly. It's just when you make an original character from scratch, it just doesn't translate very well. There's always some kind of artistic license. no matter how realistic you try to make stuff, like your own preferences and stuff are gonna influence how you make them look. It's kind of like when people do a realistic photorealistic drawing of someone. Their biases and preferences are gonna go into the art, where if it was a photo, it's just you take a photo, it is what it is, but that artistic eye and stuff is gonna influence the way it looks. Like if someone asked me to do a portrait of them, I'd actually go out of my way to make them look prettier than they really are in real life. Just for they'll like the drawing, you know? Like, wow, I look beautiful. It's like, yeah. They might give me a tip or something. I'm having a hard time distinguishing what some of these shapes are. So Trap Production says Smeagol might be the closest we've got to a realistic CG humanoid creature. Lucasfilm tried with a CG Tarkin and Leia, and then deepfaking Leia and Mandalorian. I mean Luke and Mandalorian. Yeah, the thing about their deepfake is it was their own technology. Deepfakes are cool because they're basically photos of the person animated to the... It's such a great, like, it's one of those, another one of those concepts is like, why not think of that? It's like, yeah, you just use photos. Like, you just reference the computer through a database of thousands and thousands of photos from different angles and stuff. It ends up looking better than a 3D model. Which is funny, it's like they could get a... I guess it all comes down to human preference and what the human eye likes. It can tell a person from... The thing about deepfakes is they really are a person. And a 3D model is still a 3D model. You could have the most realistic 3D model with stretching pores and, you know, different translucencies and stuff to the ear when light hits it and all that, but if you just take a photo of a person and slap it on somebody else's face, it works. It works really good. Sometimes the easiest solution is the best solution. An hour of me just filling in these colors. Yeah, the Tarkin. Ugh. It's so weird. They even had a death mask. Or was it a... That was a life mask. They had a life mask of them and everything, and it's... I'd still say it came down to the movement. It didn't move real. It might have looked real on, like, single photos. I mean, on still shots, it might have looked real, but... when it came to movement, you could always tell. It doesn't move real. And I saw the making of, they were bragging about how they make the lips stick together on certain words and stuff. It's like, see, that's a detail people don't notice, but it's there. And it's like, yeah, sorry, it still doesn't move right. And they had an actor with a headset on and everything. Honestly, I think that the Incredible Hulk, like, creatures actually do look better in motion than humans. Like, 3D model humans just don't look right. Unless they're completely, like, scanned the whole time. Like with LA Noire. Because then the interpolation isn't really necessary. It's more like just showing you what's actually there. It's like having a 360-degree photo or hologram. Blood congestion. Nowhere. Rat Kitty says the most uncanny I've ever seen was the dance number for Kira Precure a la mode. The modelers made their eyes completely sparkly. The characters have no pupils and they move like puppets. So Trap Productions, I second your thoughts of, wow, I have not seen that. It's a long title. I'll have to look that up. Yep, it's Trap Production says one day we'll have a full functioning holodeck. Um, I think that technically we kind of do. What virtual? What is it called? Augmented reality. What, like if you made a augmented reality virtual reality helmet, that would be a holodeck technically. Just have a gridded off room and you put on a VR helmet and you walk around with it. Well, I guess they would have to find a way to, I don't know, get the image onto your eyeball somehow. With lasers or something to where you could not need a helmet, but I think we're far from that technology at the moment. Beaming lasers into people's eyes. Unless it's like corrective surgery. That is. All right, let me get some more free music that won't get demonetized. I really like these artists. I call them artists. I mean musicians on YouTube and stuff. Like I'm listening to Genesis Keys right now. And the thing about these there's some really talented people on here that, you know, they just post their art, I mean their music for fun. But if I had money and I had a project, I would hire them to make the music. I'd search for an unknown who could just work on my music if I was making a game myself. That way they get exposure and they'd be cheap to work with. I'd be giving them a big break. They'd be giving me a big break on money, price discount. Right, Kitty says, the characters are not realistic humans by any means, but it's weirded me the heck out since they looked almost possessed. Yeah, when I used to watch, like, when I first saw Snow White and had rotoscoped moments, not just heavily referenced, like, full-on rotoscope moments, I was like, ugh! It's really jarring. Trap, didn't you hire someone to do the music for your animation projects? Or did you do that yourself? Murphy says Cowboy Bebop movie intro had some really good rotoscope. Yeah, that was interesting that they just went to the streets of New York, filmed some people, and then rotoscoped it. And then that last bit of that intro had Spike walk into frame, and it's like he's rotoscoped, but Andy's on model. But that's the weird thing. That meant that they either got someone who was shaped just like the character, or they were able to use that reference and so well that they kept it on model still. And that's what I think they did, and that I find that really impressive. I might need to adjust this frame, because the board's here and the hand's not on it. Like this one, you can see the thumb over it, but this one, fingers should be under it, wouldn't it? I don't know. I don't know if I should follow the sketch that I got or 3D model that they used. Let's just go with the sketch right now. I'll make that choice farther into the work. Excuse me. Yep. This Trap Production says, I did indeed hire someone for those episodes to be Mina, Ninja Steve, and Space Opera. Aha! That made a big difference. Very professional. Oh. There we go. Let's save. I haven't saved in a while. Wait, how did you find them? Was it Fiverr or something? I thought about getting on Fiverr. But then I don't know, part of me thinks I won't get any work in it, and then the other part of me is like, if I do get work, I'll be swamped. I won't be able to fulfill my orders. But I think there's an option to be able to turn down jobs if you don't want them. But that's another way to work for yourself from home. This Trap Production says, my original composer, whose name is Melvern, was on the Go Animate forum back in 2013, the same year I made Emina and Space Opera. This Trap Production also says, sorry, I'm yawning. We worked together for a couple of years. Then one day Melvin stopped returning my emails. I have no idea what happened to him. Well, hopefully you have enough material to work with in future installments. Or you can find another composer, let him listen to Melvin's work, and, you know, not to pull a Sam Raimi on Danny Elfman sort of situation, but just get another composer who can make music inspired by Melvin's composition. Dang, I can't see anything. What I'm looking at. But yeah, Danny Elfman got really mad at Sam Raimi for not contacting him to do the supplemental music for the Spider-Man 2.1 cut of the movie, because that extended the train scene with Doc Ock and Spider-Man fighting. It had an extended fight. It was extended by a few minutes. So that means they needed a few more minutes of music, and they didn't contact him, and he got all, I mean, he got his feelings hurt. So he did not compose the music for Spider-Man 3 in protest. But they still used the soul music. So I do kind of wonder what his composition of the black costume theme would have been, though, because the one they used was pretty good. I didn't mind it. I didn't even know about the Sam Raimi incident until way later anyway. Shoot. Oh, I'm yawning again. Trap Production says, I work on and off now with another one of my old Go Animate friends, K Zaman. He helps me out with music now. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, I saw his work. He animates and does sprites and makes video games too. And he plays guitar. Yep, he's a one-stop shop for music. For anything, actually. He's super talented. Very skilled individual. I wish I could compose music. I have a music program. For the most part, I just do music covers because I can't think of any original melodies and hooks and riffs and all that stuff. But I'm pretty good at imitating stuff. Ah! Every time I press the 3 button, it takes me off my main stage page. I'm sorry about that. I think it's like in a sprite. If you press 1, it'll take you to a 1-to-1 pixel ratio. Press 2, 200%. Press 3, it'll go 300%, which I really like working at, but every time I press 3, it turns off the main stage on OBS. This is 4, and 4 is way too close for me. 5's worse, so I have to go 2 and 4 for the most part. Here. See, I can't tell what. I think that's an eye. I think this is an ear. I think that's the face mask. I can't tell what this is. That might be the ear again. I don't know what this should be, so I'll just make it blue. I guess it's the best. The mask. So I'll make that blue too. Okay, that's an ear. It's the collar. I guess I'll draw a neck. Part of the sleeve. These sketches don't have these straps on the cans, but I think that having the straps show really helps give them some dimension, so I added them back. Because my direction was follow the reference, and in the reference you have the straps on the cans, so that's where they are. There's these 2 hooks right here that grab the board. I mean, well, there's 4 hooks. But on some animations, the board isn't really touching the hooks or whatever. So I guess you could say it's magnetized too. Maybe there are 4 magnets they clamp, so eventually the board hooks onto it. Okay. That doesn't look right. Smirkia says, this song sounds similar to the Tekken 1 themes. The artist is on YouTube. His name is Genesis Keys. And these are his Darkstalker arrangements. But it sounds, they're mostly CPS 3, so you could hear some Third Strike, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike midis in here and stuff. Oh yeah, It's Truck Production says, "Yep, Kay is very talented, just like you, sir." I'm like, "Thank you." I just like making stuff. And one of my dad's favorite phrases when I was growing up when I asked for help was, "Do it yourself." So I try to do stuff myself a lot now. Even if I need help, I try to do it myself. And I feel like I didn't try if I have to ask for help. Even if I did try. I don't know. It's psychosis. But yeah, like, I have this deep-seated feeling that if I asked for help, I didn't try. That's bad. So if I need help, I don't say, "Okay, I can't do this. I'm gonna ask for help." It's usually, "Okay, I don't know how to do this. I'm gonna give this another hour, and then I'll ask for help." Just for it'll seem like I at least gave it an effort. And it's like, usually, you know, you can do something within 5 minutes. I don't know. Oh, that's a shoe. I missed that shoe. Well, I'm getting older, but I'm glad I still got my close up eyesight. I'm still nearsighted. No corrective lenses for that. I say that now, but then it's gonna be like I'm gonna wake up and I'm like gonna be trying to read something and I'm not gonna be able to read it. I'm just gonna go, no. Maybe I should have. Well, the arm is where the where the wheel is. Well, the more reference I have to work with, the better. So I'm gonna. Thumb there. There's a wheel here. Wheels there. I think I'll put some more broad shapes on here. Yeah, his other hand's over here. It's not on the model. Not on the sketch, I mean. It's on the model, it's not on the sketch. Let's put another another finger here. Middle finger wider. Yeah, that works. And I kind of want to draw these details myself where I can keep them consistent, but it just seems easier to do it now. Just follow the reference that's already here, or I won't have to guess too much later. top of the board. Back of the board. I don't know. I probably will end up drawing this board myself to stay consistent. Keep a better consistency. We'll see. Yeah. I do hear the Darkstalker references now that you're right. This Trap Production says, we all need it. Need help every now and then. Yeah, that's true. But I'm very reluctant to ask for assistance. Unless someone offers it. If you offer it, yeah, I'll take it. But I just feels like a weakness to jump into asking for help right off the bat. Then it really does feel like I didn't try. Okay, I think most of this lawn art is filled in now. Oh, backpack. Whoa. Dips are, they're squats, right? Basically, right? Smurfy says 100 dips and 100 push-ups done. Man, I can't even do one push-up. I'm just that heavy now. I could never do a pull-up either. But I am gonna try to do planks. I know that the Marines lowered their standard of push-ups to, if you can't do it, to be more inclusive. So they said you don't need to do push-ups. You could just do 2-minute plank to qualify. So I'm like, hey, let's aim for that 2-minute plank, and then I'll go for the push-ups. That's what the military's doing. Is it good enough for the military? Uncle Sam says it's good enough for them. It's good enough for me. Guess the best of the best just need to be good enough. Man, Saturday, man, I was just out of it because I hadn't slept in so long. But yeah, that's usually what happens. I get a sprite done, and then I stay up too late, or I stay up for a day, and then instead of being able to work, I pass out for a whole day, and then I just can't. It takes me like 2 days to recalibrate. It's weird. But yeah, I was on. I donate to a lot of Indiegogos, or I was anyway, to a lot of them. Donating to a lot of them, but they send me newsletters of, you know, things I might be interested in. There was this invention that someone thought of that's like a barbell. No, it's a bar that you can turn dumbbells into a barbell. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. I have dumbbells that I don't use. I have two 20-pound dumbbells that I bought, and I hardly use them. But for some reason, when I saw that invention, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get this. It's just $100. Cool, I could get this, and then I can start lifting that way. But then I bought it, and then it hit me. I'm like, dude, you don't even use your dumbbells. What do you need a bar for? Maybe if you actually used your equipment, it would make more sense if you were to buy more, but you're not even using what you have. And I'm like, regret hit me. I was like, oh, I need my money back. I just got a refund. But yeah, I've got to use the equipment I've got. I can't just buy stuff impulsively and think that's gonna help me not lose weight, but get in shape. One hand washes the other in that regard. But yeah, it would be good to be physically fit again. I haven't really been physically fit since I used to push shopping carts for a living, basically. Up hills. Rain, sleet, snow. Until somebody died. Somebody had a heart problem and he was doing that job. Yeah. He looked really bad when he was about to go home. He was like beet red, and they were like, oh, you okay? And he's like, oh no, I think I'm gonna go to the hospital. And then he died. And then after that, yeah, we're not gonna have people pushing shopping carts in Texas weather anymore. But I missed that job. I'd have to be there from 3 until 9 p.m. just pushing like 15 shopping carts up an incline and over through a big parking lot to the front. Man, my legs were super strong. My shirt would be soaking wet with sweat. And when the shirt dried up, there would be like salt all over it. It'd be like a white film of salt. It was crazy. But it was cool. It's crazy cool. We get bottles of Gatorade for free that we write off. I get like 5-gallon Gatorades and just chug the whole thing. So I chugged like 3 of those. No way, it was a 2-liter. Wait, it was a liter. It was a bunch of liter. I think I did get a few jugs of Gatorade a few times. Like, just alone with your thoughts, pushing shopping carts. I would rarely have to deal with people. I just say, can I have your shopping cart? Thank you, baby. I've come a long way from pushing shopping carts to pushing pixels. We'll see if this lasts. Hope so. Okay. Knee pad, foot. Feet do not have the straps on them. We're gonna have to draw those on. Let's do this. I'll do it different than I usually do. I will use a 2-pixel. Just go like this. I usually draw the outline. Now I'll go 1 pixel. Yeah, this foot's farther back, so... Well, same thing with this, they're pointing it down, so there wouldn't be any light on them. Probably on the sides, if anything. Yeah, that worked fairly well. Let's try that again. The other. So there's a blur, so it's... I don't know, maybe it should just be one big grid. So it's back to 1. Now I'll do that. Concentrate on those straps, shoe straps. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. You have straps on your boot? Oh, hey! Smurfia says... Dips are kind of like a vertical push-up. Vertical push-up? What? What? Is that like... what that chick was doing in... Live, Die, Repeat? What is that called? What's her name? I don't know. I don't know that lady's. Emily Blunt? Tom Cruise would walk in and she would be doing dips, I guess. Or... I don't know. Smurfio says, I can help you with that. You really don't need any equipment. Yeah, that's true. Calisthenics. I don't know. Something about equipment, though. It just... It's like a kid at a playground. It's like, well, you don't really need playground equipment, but... Oh, shucks. What am I doing? Well, you don't really need playground equipment, but you know something? Makes things a lot more fun. I guess in my mind, I think that if it's fun... Shoot. I'd be more inclined to actually work out. My walks aren't fun, but I don't know. There's something about going outside and walking that makes you say, yeah, enjoy mobility and nature and all that stuff while you still can. In a few years, you're going to be old and might not be able to walk or something. Might not get the chance to do this again. But I guess you're supposed to think that every day. You might end up dead. A car accident, stray bullet, heart attack, aneurysm. So get out there and walk. Enjoy nature while you can. Or you just get a hover around. Now I'm free to see the world. Or it's not the rascal. I don't know, they're both the same thing to me. Sorry, I watched a lot of TV. Apparently in the 90s, the only thing we could do as kids, stay inside and watch television or get shot by gang-related stuff. At least that's what the television made it seem like. Ah, don't wear red, don't wear blue. It's gang-related, you're gonna get shot. Was it really that bad? Where you couldn't wear certain clothes in certain neighborhoods? But I didn't go anywhere, so I'm not in a big city like Dallas or anything, so why would I get shot up? There's no, as far as I know, there's no gangs in this city. Overprotected mudda. Mudda. I wonder I grew up wearing gray and black. I wasn't part of it. I didn't look like I was a gang member. I looked like I was goth or something. a little sloppy here. This took a dark turn. Smurf, yeah. It says, anyway, if you want to do push-ups, do negatives. Negatives? Basically, you start at the top and slowly lower yourself. Yeah, that's what I used to do when I was a kid. I could always get into the starting position, but you know, once I got on the ground, I couldn't really get up unless I kind of like did this chest first and push myself back up into position. Maybe I should do bad push-ups until I could do a good push-up. Unless I can figure out what a negative is. Basically, start at the top, lower yourself. Okay. At least I can get it's the pushing part. Pushing back up, that's the harder part. J-Man! What'd it do, you? Oh, I'm working. This is a basic move, so I felt like there wouldn't be any harm in me showing this. It's not too humid. I'm probably gonna stop streaming at about 8 p.m. and go for a walk. Maybe I'll work out or something. I ate before I started to stream, so I'm good with that. I've got some black tea. So that's what I'm drinking right now. Ugh, ugh. It's like 2 family-sized bags of it. But it's off-brand. It's like dollar store. So that'll really put some pep in your step. Okay, let's look at this in motion a few times. Because it looks like I've gotten everything filled in. For the most part. There's no motion blur. I kind of feel like motion blur would help it. Like right here. Or, wait, here? But then there need to be a settling in frame. Man, I'm sorry. Didn't get enough sleep. I think I slept like 4 hours. Stayed up too late. I have a hard time going to sleep. I get. What is it called? I'm obsessive compulsive, pretty much. Like, the reason I didn't get any work, one of the reasons. Okay, Saturday I was helping clean up. Wait, Saturday I was helping with the television. And that's why I wasn't able to work. But Sunday was mostly, I went to look for something in my closet, and then I spent like hours going through my closet, taking everything out, and then putting stuff back in. And then this morning, I looked for something under my bed. I took everything out from under my bed, and then put it back under. So yeah, I don't know what it is, but I'm getting way more obsessive compulsive as of lately. I guess it's stress. I'm usually not I'm usually not this easily distracted by everything. It's very strange. But yeah, J-Man. J-Man 2000 J-Man _20XX says, look like I'm popping up late. I see. I'm getting that hard work in. I'm trying to lose about 20 pounds. Gotta pop a belly now. Well, you know, you're a father. That's your dad bod, I guess. Me, I don't know. I don't have an excuse. Gotta get that chill on, Alpha. Yeah. But yeah, COVID's going away. Or, I mean, the lockdowns and stuff. Like, everything's getting under control. We know what we're dealing with now. Everything's more civil. So, that means that I'm gonna have to socialize again. And I'm gonna have to get rid of lockdown weight. Oh yeah, Duolingo. I've got a 54-day streak on Duolingo. Yeah, I actually passed out at like 6 p.m. the other day. I think that was Saturday, right? Yeah. After staying up 48 hours or something. So, I actually thought I was going to take a 4-hour nap or something and be able to get my Spanish lessons in before midnight, but nope. I woke up 12 hours later, so I missed a day, and then it's like, oh, your streak is over, and I'm like, oh no, and I said, but if you get the free trial, we'll freeze it. And so I got the free trial, so 55 days of Spanish. Sí, señor, sí, señor. Bueno, muy bueno. That's pretty decent for a heavy hit. It could have, I don't know, can't stay in the air forever. So, 10 frames at that speed. Hey, I'm not a cheater. I'm using everything to my advantage. I don't want to lose my streak. I worked really hard for this. All those freezing diamonds and all that stuff. It was active nature. I was just too tired. But yeah. Smurfia, what's the name of this song? This is... Boil into Burn. And this is Magenta Dream. Okay, I've got the line art colored. That took me 2.5 hours. Now, let's color the lines. Wait, let's do this. I like making the body brown, then I'll just draw the highlights later. I'll add the highlights later. Right. I guess I'll start with the white lines. Where's everybody? There we go. So I get the lasso tool, I'll go here. Then I have to figure out what I'm gonna change the color of and what I'm going to keep the same. Then I grab this color with the eyedrop tool. No, go back. Bucket. And turn off contigious. So that's all ready to go. Now let's go here. J-Man _20XX says, JK, I use the freeze every now and then. True, it's just play. I just played. Morpheus said, I swear I've heard it before. Oh, haha, yeah, I had this playlist, that's why I remember it. Ah, I see. I'm still not 100% great. What? That's not the right phrasing. Let me rephrase this. I'm still not that experienced using a sprite. Yeah, that's what was I trying to say before? No, I shouldn't have did that. Leave this. So sometimes I click on stuff that I shouldn't. All right. But yeah. Things are returning to normalcy, and I'm gonna have to start socializing again, so might as well be the best me I could be. Yeah, this youth ain't gonna last forever. He's gonna lose his pretty faces now. Better make good use of it while I can. We're not all Tom Cruise. 60-year-old action stars. Or 70-year-old action stars like Liam Neeson. He's way older than he looks. Well, I mean, he's younger than he looks. Same dude. Jackie Chan's in his 60s. I don't want him to age. But he's Jackie Chan, he's so stinking cool. Well, he was cool. He's a political puppet now, but whatever. I try to see him as he used to be. Not a pawn for the Chinese Communist government. Poor Jackie. Oh, right, Kitty's here. Oh yeah, Jackie Chan is immortal, says this truck production. I guess so. He's almost died a few times. I guess what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, huh? Or should I say, not for lack of trying. He's alive, not for lack of trying. Yeah, that guy's a real professional. Love his movies. I'm scared to watch his recent movies, though. I love the 80s stuff. And the 90s stuff. Rumble in the Bronx. Jackie Chan's First Strike. All the police stories. Super Cop. I didn't like Super Cop. I did not like Super Cop. And that's a movie where he risks his life jumping from a building onto a helicopter ladder. And I'm like, if you would have died, it would have been for nothing. This is, I'm sorry, this is kind of, this isn't that great, man. I don't care about gags like that. I love, you could just grab a stool and start fighting with it. Just throw some punches, some good choreography, and I'm happy. You don't need to do stuff like that. I'm easily amused. I don't need people to jump on the moving helicopters. Just some fisticuffs will do just fine, thank you very much. Oh yeah, I refused to pay to watch Deadpool 2 because a stunt woman died. Who wasn't a stunt woman. She was not a trained stunt woman. I think I've already told this story. I don't know if people know it though. I've seen Deadpool 2, but I refuse to pay money to see it. Because they got someone killed for no reason. Yeah, I might as well tell the story. So there was a scene in Deadpool 2 where Domino rides a motorcycle and jumps onto a moving truck or something, or jumps onto something. So they hired a stunt woman who wasn't a stunt woman. She was a bike racer. And the reason they hired her was because they wanted a person of color to they wanted an actual woman of color to do the stunt. You know how historically they just put a wig on stuntmen and have them do stunts? Because they're experienced at doing stuff like riding motorcycles and jumping them and stuff. Well, they were trying to they were trying to be woke, I guess. That's the phrase. They were trying to be woke, and it ended up getting her killed. She did. It wasn't just that she ended up dying. She was nervous about it because she'd never done a stunt before. She's just a bike racer. She was a motorcycle racer, not a stunt jumper or anything. But they reassured her. She did 2 test runs where you just drive your motorcycle past the ramp. And she said, I can't do this. I don't know if I could do this. And they were like, oh, go on, do it. You could do it. You could do it. And then she died. And that's why I don't watch Deadpool. That's why I'm never watched Deadpool 2. And I probably won't give money to another Deadpool movie ever again. They hired someone who wasn't qualified and then coaxed them into killing themselves. When they could have just used CG. In today's age, you could use CG for a stunt, or you could hire an experienced stuntman. All because of their ego. And they wanted to probably hashtag on Twitter or something. They got a woman killed. It makes me mad. But that wasn't an advertising of the movie. I know someone died in driving the Batmobile. They hit a tree or something in one of the Nolan movies, but I was an experienced stunt person who signed up and knew what they were doing. Like, this woman signed up, but it just seemed like they went after her for her to do the role, like do stunt work. Hey, you ride motorcycles? Cool, you want to be a stunt woman? You've never done stunt work before? Oh, that's okay, we'll walk you through it. Whatever. I'm still mad about it. No one knows. It's like no one knows about her. I just get mad that she wasted her life. No, they killed her. That's what they did. No, she killed herself, but I don't know. It's complicated. They put her in a situation that she didn't need to be in. That cost her her life. That's the best way to put it. Now I'll just leave the foot gray. Anyway, back to chat and sprite work. Scrolling up. Right, Kitty. Oh, the sprite is coming along nice. Thank you. I think the hardest part about doing the sprite work is the mental strength. Because once I get him sprited in, I mean shaded in and everything, I have to do this board and the backpack. I do those last. And just getting over the hump of, like, you feel like you're done, but you're not done. You're just done with the character, but you're not done with the entire sprite. Plus, I've got to add these buttons. I've gone through a few of these animations, so I was like, oh man, I forgot to add the buttons. So I've retroactively had to go through. Oh, and what else? Never mind. Let me get back to this. Get the lasso tool and you go around. Eye drop. Oh wait, you gotta turn contingent. They could have thought of a better word. I've never heard anyone use that word. I'm not sure I'm saying it right. Contagious. Anyway, chat. Smurf, yeah, Jackie Chan's new movies aren't bad, but they aren't very memorable either. Yeah. Last really good one I saw, well, Forbidden Kingdom, that wasn't really his movie. It was a shared movie, and he was just a side character. He didn't star, he was just supporting. I was forgettable. Journey Around the World, Run the World in 180 Days. I've never watched that. It was kind of weird. In 2000, Jackie Chan was still acting like the young sidekick. He was in his 40s. That was the 90s, right? Yeah, he was in his 50s in the 2000s. And he's still cool. He's a likable guy. I've watched some of his conferences and stuff. Very cool dude. But, you know, he's in a situation now, so... I mean, with Hong Kong losing its freedoms more and more, and he's rich, so a rich person he lost his houses. I think he lost one of it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he lost one of his houses to the CCP. So, you know, maybe he should just move to Australia, whereas... See, the thing is, Jackie Chan moved his parents to Australia once he got rich. They died, but that's why, I think the First Strike was in Australia. That was filmed in Australia. Who Am I was filmed in Australia. A lot of his movies were filmed in Australia. But he's really anchoring down in China a lot more. I guess it's because he feels like he can help people more there than he can from Australia. But I don't know. He's under those regulations. That government. I did it. Getting too political here. Anyway, it's a trap inclusive. This is the word they used. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that sounds like what happened to Owen Hart. Yeah, that happened to Owen too. Vince McMahon gets him on a harness. Come on, this is what Sting does every week. He's like, I don't know Vince. I don't know Vince. I'm a wrestler, not a stuntman. Come on. Man, Vince McMahon's a shady dude. A lot of people say he tried to, like, Jimmy Superfly Snuka is accused of murdering a woman. And all signs point that he did it. But they say that Vince tried to help cover it up. Tried to help cover up the murder. Murder. It's murder. Murder. I think there was a guy who called this was a rapper or something. It might have been a comedy skit. A guy called himself Shmurder. Shmurder. But yeah, I hate it when people lose their life for entertainment. People that should not be a thing, especially nowadays. Entertainment is not worth someone losing their life. People like Owen Hart was not. Well, he's a wrestler. He could take bumps. He's not a stunt man. But I guess they were trying to beat WCW in the ratings. Sting does this every week. They said, we got the same guys who Sting got. You could do it. Oh boy. Yeah, Vince is... just treats people like human cattle. Get what you can out of them and then like, okay, we're gonna build up next. Alright. Break them down. Run them ragged. And then get somebody else and put them in their spot. Oh well. No one forced them to be wrestlers, but eh. Yeah, I trained to be a wrestler back in 2007. It was stinking fun, man. It was really, really fun. I think I did get some brain damage from it though. All that dropping down in the mat. It's interesting. It's not the impact of the ground. Like, it's not like when you hit something hard like a rock, with your like a punch something. Oh, my knuckles hurt. No, it's not like that. Because the mat, it's not soft, but it doesn't. It's like boxing, you know, like you wear boxing gloves, you still feel the impact. It's just your knuckles won't get bruised. That's kind of like what the wrestling ring is like. It's like you hit, and it's not where you hit the. It's weird. It's hard to explain. Your body keeps, like, your organs keep moving. It's like you hit the ground and your organs just slosh around like. Brah. It's like this weird. Someone said it's like comparing a 30-mile-per-hour car crash over and over again. Yeah, it's really jarring, and there's no bounce. There's no bounce. It's like a wrestling ring is basically a giant bed frame with some slacks on it. What I was bumping on was not. I think that most places have a athletic mat that's at least an inch on top of the ring. But the place I was training at was so ghetto and cheap that he didn't have he didn't use that mat. He didn't use the exercise mat under the canvas. he had like old used carpet, like 3 layers of old carpet, like not even a good carpet, not anything cushy and stuff. It's like a really tight nap carpet, like just 2 layers of that. So that was supposed to be enough to cushion everything. Man, it was so uncomfortable, but it was cool. It was really cool running the ropes. If I could have any piece of equipment, I'd get a wrestling ring. It's so stinking cool. Jumping around that thing. I thought I could do a lot more in a wrestling ring, but the ropes, you see them do stuff like jump off the ropes and do backflips and stuff, but those ropes are about 5 feet high, so they're up to like around your shoulder, unless you're 5 feet tall. And they're perfectly parallel to each other, so it's kind of weird trying to do any tricks and stuff off of them. The ropes were actually fire hoses. No, water hoses. There were water hoses wrapped in colored duct tape. That's what they were. They weren't wires or ropes. They weren't real ropes. They were water hoses. They may have had a rope or something running through them, but from what I saw, they were just water hoses with tape on them. So I guess the fall breaking came from the wooden boards for the most part, because there was no cushion. But yeah, you hit, and then it's not the impact that gets you, it's the sudden stop. Like I said, your insides just keep moving. Because you're landing on your back. Like, usually when you most of the time you fall in real life, I mean in a natural circumstance, I'll say that, you land on your knees and you brace yourself with your hands. So the impact goes to your legs and your knees and your hands and shoulders and arms. But if you're taking it all into your back and shoulder blades, and I guess you could land on your flat on your feet, both feet and hands at the same time, kind of. But the way he taught me to do, the way that I was personally taught, like one of the guys gave me a tip. He was like, fall back like you're doing a backstroke, like with both arms. Keep your chin tucked tight into your chest, because that's going to keep your head from giving you whiplash or hitting it on the mat. But your brain still hits. Your brain still moves around too. So it's like, ugh. Even if your head's perfectly still, you can feel your brain like just kind of. I felt like I had a headache after each wrestling session. So I really didn't like doing back bumps that much. It's like these front rolls that were pretty easy to do. Anyway, I'm talking about wrestling again. But it was cool. That's probably one of the most interesting experiences I had in my life. Like, that's the story you break out during parties, I guess. So, what have you been up to? Nothing. But I trained to be a wrestler once. No, same old, same old. Hey, can I tell you about the time I trained to be a wrestler? If I ever go on a date, I'll be like, I trained to be a wrestler once. Yep. Keep your hands spread and your neck tucked. But yeah, even then, it's like it's still like sudden impact of like just stopping like that. I've never been on a roller coaster. Well, I've been on that mine rail thing. But there's a feeling like just the force of just hidden like that. Sudden stop. It's hard to describe. But yeah, wrestling rings aren't. At least the one I was working in was not soft. Because they were talking to us like, well, we don't have the ring set up, but we. In the old days, we used to bump on concrete. And I'm like, what? And one of the guys was talking about how he was like he practiced in his backyard, so he just do falls on the grass and stuff. I honestly think grass would have been softer. I really do. I forgot what I was doing. Anyway, okay, get the lasso tool, and we're gonna color these straps. So you've got to choose what's going to be. Oh, contingencies. Oh. So I've got to choose what's going to be a strap, a pixel for these straps, and what's not. But yeah, pro wrestling's fun when you're working with somebody who's good. Like, I did all this training, and it's the training. It was interesting. I was tired, but I kept going. It's a weird. It's strange. That was the best shape I've ever been in, as far as my endurance and everything. It's like you can feel yourself breathing harder, but you're not stopping. It's really interesting. Because now it's like I get so tired I just stop. I can't move. But then I was like, I could keep going. It was weird. I never got my first match because I didn't have my driver's license yet. What the heck is this? Oh, I pressed a button that I shouldn't have. What did I press? Did I press S? You get a lasso when you press... It does that when you press S. I guess that's, inverted outline? So I could just make a shape. Press S. I guess that's Bone, that comic book character. Or a duck or something. Ring work. Oh, one of the main reasons I stopped wasn't because I was paying $60 a week to get trained, or the fact that I couldn't get to the events because I didn't have my driver's license yet. It was, I realized I would never live up to my expectations of myself as a wrestler. You know, like when you get the video games, you like create these wrestlers and you're like, have them doing all this hop line stuff and all that. I was scared of going off the top rope. I was scared of going off the bottom rope. I'm like, apparently I have a fear of heights. And I said, okay, I could just be a technician like Bret Hart. And I'm like, no, you can't. No, you can't. You're not that convincing. You need to... I thought of all the wrestlers I admired and was like, wow, man, they look cool. They look like they know what they're doing and stuff. They make it seem like MMA or something. Like, they make you really, like, get into the match and have you rooting for them and stuff, and you believe it. But I couldn't see myself being that. My goal was Bret Hart. That was the technician level I wanted to be at. But actually, at the time, it was Benoit, but that was before he actually murdered his family and stuff. But I could never. And the thing is, like, it's like, so what's the goal? I beat myself up to be a local hero. That's what my original goal was, local hero. And it's like, no, it's not worth it. And I didn't have any medical insurance, so it was like, you're gonna get injured eventually. It's just a matter of time. I have to sign a waiver for them to train me. So it's like, no, it's not worth it. If you're not doing it for a profession, it's fun to roll around and have a, some fun, but no. Might as well fight for real. Get a trophy at least. Do some point fighting. But I did enjoy the aspect of trying to be a local hero for a local promotion. Sort of a weekend warrior sort of thing, I guess. But no. In the end, it's not worth it. So I didn't do it. Because the end goal should be, okay, I'm gonna get a resume tape and I'm gonna send this to places and they're gonna hire me and I'm gonna get money off of it. But no. That didn't happen. But it was a good experience. Good experience. Oh shoot. There we go. I never lifted any weights though. It was all endurance. I should have lifted weights. It was all squats and stretches and leg lifts and stuff. That was the thing, they made you do all that stuff. It was like an hour worth of calisthenics and stuff. Or did actual wrestling happen? But I guess they were just trying to get you loose. I guess muscles tear when they're working cold or something. That's just a theory. Better read chat. It's Trap Production says, nothing wrong with talking about what's on your mind. Oh, okay. I agree, Mr. Proto. Entertainment should be fun, not dangerous. Right. And getting people who are unqualified to do things just for spectacle is a horrible idea that has cost lives. Yeah, definitely. That's amazing. Never knew you trained as a wrestler. Yep. I break that out at parties. It's like, hey, you want to know my secret identity? That's how it should have been the reference for that. Amazing to hear the ring work. Well, works. Yeah. Smurf, yeah. That's why you keep your hands spread, neck tucked. Yep. Jackie Chan's Immortal. Nice. Liam Neeson's role in the movie Ted is the best part. I've never seen that. Smurf, yeah. I've never seen the movie Ted. I think it's because it's rated R. I probably haven't watched it. This is from a guy who watched Predator and stuff growing up. But I tend to avoid R-rated comedies. I went to Tropic Thunder thinking that was PG-13. That was the last comedy I went to. It was hilarious in a disgusting sort of way. But yeah, I ended up getting it on Blu-ray, but Yeah, I wasn't expecting all that cursing, you know? But yeah, it was pretty hilarious scenarios and stuff in that. But yeah, Ted, I could probably watch that, I guess, eventually. Sounds like I'm no one heart. Yep. I regret that. Oh, that's awful. Yep. What the we're talking about. Okay. Wow, I'm way behind. Alright. Accidentally scrolled up a little bit. Yeah. Wrestling rings aren't soft at all. Oh! Smurf, yeah, I've been in one. Not to train or anything, but I've walked around them before. Yep, wrestling is about storytelling. Yeah, that's the thing. If I was going to be a wrestler, I would not be able to do it on my athletic ability. Even though, that's the thing. All the wrestlers I like are the ones that, you know, it's like, oh, they actually know what they're doing. Or at least they look like they know what they're doing. I would probably have to be a comic wrestler or just gimmick. I'd have to sell myself on comedy or catchphrases and stuff. So if it came down to, I'm gonna try to use this to make money, or I want to do this to be the best wrestler I want to see. In the end, it just came down to I wanted to be the best wrestler that I could be, and I just couldn't do it. I'm too big, I guess. Because I think I was like 290 then, and I'm still 290-ish. I'm probably 320 now after COVID lockdowns. And I'm 6'2". All the guys I liked were like 6 foot to, well, they were built at 6 foot. They're probably at 5'10". And they're probably 5'10", 150, 180. But yeah, at my size, I'd have to. Stone Cold's 6'2". He's built at 6'2". So yeah, I guess I would have to wrestle like Stone, like just. I never liked watching Stone Cold, dude. Especially after his neck got broke. I never got to see in his pay-per-view matches because I never bought pay-per-views. So I don't know how good he was as far as being convincing. Because when I was watching him, he had that neck, that paralysis, and so after that he just became a brawler, stomping and punching and clotheslining and Buthez presses. Like, emotionally exciting to watch, but no technique. Smurf, yeah, I always like chain wrestling, like William Regal, Fit Finlay, Benoit. Benoit's still my favorite wrestler. Yeah, mine too. He was. I ended up getting his biography on DVD, and they had his New Japan matches from Super J Cup '95. Yeah, I think it's '95. I think that's the year he won. No, wait, it was '94. I think he won '94. Super J Cup '94 matches with Taz and Michael Cole doing commentary. Man, those matches were so good. I believed everything. I believed everything about those matches. It's just so, it's just, I think about it. And the worst thing is, I still feel guilty saying that I like watching his matches. Even though he was like the best, I really do think he was the best ever. Him or Bret Hart. It's like the Canadians. It's all wrapped up with the Canadians. But then it's like, well, who sold the most tickets? I think that's what Al Snow says. He said, people ask him, what's the best match? And he's like, what had the biggest box office? He said everything else is subjective. The box office is the only measure of success and good match in wrestling. So I can see his point, but to me, that's an empty answer. It's like he could talk about Hulk Hogan being the best wrestler because he's sold out the most box office with his name on the marquee, but he can't talk about like New Japan and guys going out there and treating it like a sport and being athletic and thinking of all these moves and combinations and counters and all that stuff. Just the skill. I guess he sees the skill in just being able to emotionally manipulate people to get excited about stuff. That's understandable too, though. I don't know. I always try to see the pros and cons of each situation, but I don't know, man. I like the old school mentality of wrestling matches were supposed to be simulations of combat to give you the best match possible. It's like they could have fixed, I mean, let's say worked. They could have worked boxing matches, and in a worked boxing match, it would be like, it would be basically Rocky. Rocky is a fixed, well, except with cuts and camera angles and all that stuff. But if you made Rocky with no cuts, and you fixed, you know, and you did the whole fight that way with these big haymaker punches and falling down, and you get emotionally invested in it. If it was just one continuous take live in front of people, that's kind of like what I see pro wrestling as in its purest form. But now it's like so much entertainment that, you know, even when they do something that's like, wow, that's technically sound, that's really cool, like an MMA match, you just say, man, if I want to see that, I'd go watch MMA. And it's like, yeah, but MMA isn't designed to give you the maximum, like, experience out of it. You can't guarantee that you're going to see something cool in an MMA match. It's all up to if somebody in that ring wants, in the octagon, wants to take a chance on doing a move that might make them end up getting well, not brain damage, but risk their physical well-being. Like, if they do a wall jump kick and they miss it, and they give their back up and someone grabs them, it won't be worth it. That's what bothers me. Like, I feel like if I was in an MMA match, I would want to do something spectacular, just to see if I can land this and see how devastating it would be on the other person. But I guess the main aspect in MMA isn't to entertain people. I know that UFC gives a bonus for a knockout, so they're literally telling you, hey, knock this guy out because people like knockouts. But for me, it's like, for most people, it's win. Do this, get in there, win. But for me, it's like, I still would be tempted to, like, throw a drop kick or, yeah, I'd be tempted to throw a drop kick. Drop kick to the knee. Actually, if you can work from your back, doing a drop kick to the knee would be pretty cool positioning. Pride fight, they soccer kick you in the head, so that's not good. But UFC, I don't think they allow soccer kicks to the head. Punt kicks, let's call them that. Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. But I'll go back to the chat soon. But even distracted, I think I'm getting as much work done as I do when I'm not entertaining people in the chat. Because I take mental breaks. It's like, I'll sprite, and once you see how I got all the colors filled in, and then like after I got all the colors filled in, I probably would have stopped and took a break for about an hour and come back. Or hopefully come back. But since everyone's here, I didn't stop to take that break. But I do stretch. I stand up and stretch a lot because I'm just trying to focus. It's really hard to focus. But everyone's here, so I could read like 3 sentences from chat and then go on a tangent, just diarrhea of the mouth, just going. Tropic Thunder is my jam. Yep. Smurfia says, I've always separated the art from the artist. That's why I've never looked into celebrities' lives. Yeah, don't do that. That's why I don't follow celebrities on Twitter anymore. That's why I avoid that stuff. I don't want to know your personal views. I want to enjoy I just want to enjoy the movie. You don't have to be a perfect person. You don't have to try to just be the character. I don't want to see the actor when I watch a movie. I want to see the character. I want to see Ethan Hunt when I go watch Mission Impossible. I don't want to think of Tom Cruise, even though Tom Cruise is Tom Cruise in every movie he's in. Rocky actually fought like a pro wrestler. Never put his hands up to defend himself from headshots. Yeah, he actually fed into punches. And then he did this, he opened up his stance with his arms, and he kind of did this flappy flamingo-y thing when he gets hit. It was like a video game. Like, you know, they have preset animations for when they get hit. Like Punch Out or something. That's how Rock was. When he was feeding into a hit, he leaned in for the punch to hit him, and then he just start flapping his arm like blah, blah, blah. But when he threw a punch, he did the same thing. It's kind of slap. He was slap, slap, slap. Then he spit the right hand, and then boom. In a way, you know, when you know a wrestler's wrestling style, and you can, it's like part of you say, "Oh, this is old stuff." If I've seen one Rock match, I've seen them all. But at the same time, it's like, but you know his mannerisms. You know it's not just what he says; it's the way he moves and the way he does moves that makes him his. A lot of people don't have that, so there's a skill to it. Like the way, like Stone Cold and stuff, the way you walk to the ring should be as distinctly you as the way you throw a punch or put a maneuver on or something. I don't know if it's not just the moves, it's the way they do the moves. Even Kurt Angle's moonsault didn't look like anybody else's moonsault. It looked awkward. And from watching the Kurt Angle's podcast, he said the first time he did a moonsault, he never practiced it. He just did it. And that's the way it ended up looking. It's really weird. Like, it's not weird, but it's interesting. It's like separate people could do the same move, but they'll all look different. But it's not just down to body type. It's all about, well, I guess that's a aspect of it, but it's like if I throw a roundhouse kick, it wouldn't be like Chuck Norris's or Mike. What am I saying? Let's say Michael Jai White to cover my bases. For some reason, I was about to say Mike Tyson for some reason. He doesn't throw roundhouse kicks. What are you talking about? Good save, good save, good save. Oh, the music stopped. Undertale, no. Wow, that was how many songs? I've been working for, how long have I been streaming? I don't know. 3 hours, 10 minutes. I'm gonna stop at 4 hours. I try not to sit down for over 4 hours. That's like, I don't want any blood clots. That's my biggest fear from doing all this sitting down. Blood clots. Like, even truckers stop at rest stops, dude. I don't want to say what they do at those rest stops. That's their business and who they do the business with. Ah, strong tea. Tekken. Want to listen to the Tekken 3 soundtrack? I don't think that'll get marked. Just some industrial house music. 1 hour and 16 minutes. Yeah, that's a good way to spend an hour and 16 minutes. Benoit's still my favorite wrestler too. Eddie, I'd probably say Eddie Guerrero's right next to him. When he was Black Tiger in Japan, he was good. Like he was always good, but then it's like when he got to WWE, they watered him down. But apparently, like after a few years in WWE, they let you do what you want, or they give you more time or whatever, because his gimmick was good and his matches were getting better. Like Chris Jericho, his first 10 years in WWE were garbage. It wasn't until he cut his hair and did the Save Me gimmick he actually put some technique in. It's like, get your stuff in and go. That's what WWE was basically at first. Okay, we're gonna have a 5-minute match. Get your stuff in and go. Lock up, do your moves, get out. But yeah, the psychology of just waiting and man, those matches were too good to. I don't know. It's like in Japan, I'm still thinking about Super J Cup. The ring was mic'd, and I didn't hear them. I guess like Jericho and Benoit and the ring's mic'd, and they're doing these matches. And the thing is, like, part of me is like, they have to be calling it in the ring because it just seems really authentic. The counters and stuff is like, I don't know. If you watch the Super J Cups, 94, 95, they're really good. And the thing is, like, they seem like one long tournament, but apparently they were filmed on separate days. Man, it's so good. You get invested. I think Gato won 95. Or was it Jericho? No, did Jericho win Super J Cup? I know Benoit won. I don't know, but yeah, you don't feel like you're watching a circus show. You feel like you're watching a match, an MMA match or something. And that's the stuff I fell in love with. It was never the big guys throwing each other and stuff. I actually never liked that. Like, in video games, I see a guy like Muscle Power and World Heroes or Zangief, and I'd be like, eh. But it was the cruiserweights that got me interested in wrestling. WCW. No, what? Not really. Because I was watching WWF in 95. My first match that I ran into in the 90s when I was a kid was on Superstars. It was a replay of Bob Backlund versus Bret Hart when Bob Backlund came back. And that's what got me back into wrestling after so many years. Bob Backlund and Bret Hart. So, yeah, Bret Hart got me back into wrestling. And that was the age where people were like, oh, the ratings are so bad. Nobody likes this stuff. These guys are tiny. They want to see larger-than-life people, and it's like, I don't know. Bret Hart got me back into wrestling when I was a kid. And he's not 300 pounds and 6'5". Well, Hogan was built at 6'7", and he said that doing the leg drop for so many years compressed his spine to where he's 6'4" now. That's what he says. But a lot of people say that Hogan's a compulsive liar, so probably need to zoom in again. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, let's get these. Well, kind of messed up on this hand. We're gonna do everything over again for one hand. Almost did. Okay, let's go back. These fingers are supposed to look like fingerless gloves. But yeah, The Rock was exciting to watch. He really sold into. It was interesting. He didn't he was selling himself as a big dude who did some big moves. He is 6'5", right? 6'5", 2. Well, when he was wrestling, he was 6'5", 260. I think that's what he was built at. He looks like he's 300 and something now. He was never that. He actually leaned up when he was about to go to Hollywood. It was this match against Brock Lesnar where they showed his training. He said he was trying to get smaller to be faster than him. Yeah, that was his excuse. He was just getting ready to go to Hollywood. And he didn't think a leading man could be 260 pounds of muscle. But apparently then he gained all that muscle and he's like, oh, people want to see these bigger than life people on screen. Just like Arnold Schwarzenegger in the 80s and stuff. Even Sylvester Stallone, he was known for his physical attributes too. So there you go. You can be a superstar. Okay, now I'm going to a tangent of being famous just because of the way you look, I guess. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, all his opportunities came from bodybuilding. And when it comes to Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, his films didn't get big box. He didn't get the roles that he does now. He didn't become the highest paid man in Hollywood by being small. That was after he got big. Physically big. That's interesting. You can say it's just a role that he got cast in, but I don't know. It has to do with, you got to fit the role. You got to have the look. And the look involves being 300 pounds of muscle. Schwarzenegger got movies because he was 300 pounds of muscle. Well, 200 and something. He was just muscular. He was Mr. Olympia. It wasn't because he was a great thespian or anything. You have to look. It was to look first and just work around that, and you'll be okay. Shoot. Oh, I'll go for it. Another thing, back in the 80s and 90s, they would get world martial arts champions and try to make movies with them and stuff. Like Van Damme was a kickboxer. They don't have to be world champions or anything, but they actually got martial artists. Like people would do point karate and stuff like that, and they say, "Hey, you want a movie?" Like Cynthia Rothrock was a trained martial artist. And they're like, "Hey, you want to do martial arts movies?" Van Damme, kickboxer, ballerina, model, bodybuilder. And then he got that role, and no retreat, no surrender. But he been around. He really tried to get into Hollywood. In the end, he had to use his martial arts abilities to make a way for him. So you have to be the best actor. You just need good screen presence. I guess that's it. I guess that's the way to put it. Who else? But yeah, there's plenty of movies where it's like, these guys aren't actors. They're just martial artists they hired. But I think it's usually stuntmen now. And most stuntmen don't have to be trained martial artists. They could be trickers. I think that's what they call the people who like do free running and moves that look like, yeah, basically stuntman stuff. How to tumble and fall. I think it's called tumbling. You know, like flipping. Can you throw a good kick? Can you do a sweep? It's basically people use martial arts moves in their gymnastic stunt routines, basically. You don't have to know how to fight for real. You just need to know how to do the moves for real. And look good at doing them. Oh, shucks. I meant Control S. Okay, I better go back to chat. When I stop talking, I can feel myself getting too quiet. It's almost like my mouth needs a break from doing all this speaking. Okay, everything's cool. Yeah, I'm probably going to take a break in 30 minutes and stop the stream, and then I'll either start another stream or just work on my own, but it'll be a shame just to have a part 1 and no part 2 for it, doing this video. But yeah, I don't know, I'll probably come back. It's 7:27 right now. As you can see, oh, I forgot, you know, everybody can see what time it is and stuff. 7:27 in the great state of Texas. Cheap pop. You're supposed to cheer when I say that. I can't just say Texas, I have to say the great state of Texas. Well, I could just say Texas, but that's boring. Well, yeah, I'll take a break. I'll probably do some... I would like to do some working out. And get something to eat, probably work out. Check the internet. Take a shower, and get back to work. Maybe into the morning. Oh, shoot. I got auditions due tomorrow. And I'm already kind of tired. I'm running on anxiety and strong tea. Whatever. Let's keep going. Sounds like you're making excuses. Ah, shucks. That's the wrong color. There we go. But yeah, I would like to finish this tonight and move on to the next. I'm not sure what the next one is. I probably shouldn't show it on stream, so. But yeah, I'm behind on my animations. Even on my behind work, I'm behind. Trying to correct that. The Rock was just a goof. He did a bunch of gimmicks just to try to make The Undertaker laugh. Yeah. That's what the people's elbow was created for. Trying to get the dead man to corpse. That's a way to put it. That's a theater term. Corpsing. That's where you just break scene, break character, and start laughing. It's usually laughing, I think. Corpsing. It's basically what Jimmy Fallon did the entire time he was on Saturday Night Live. Laughing in the middle of skits. Actually, it seems like the best skits are the ones where they can't even not laugh at them. That's always been the way with Saturday Night Live when I watched it. Only, like, I don't know. I used to think it was funny because they were laughing. But I think it was just funny to the point where they couldn't help but laugh. That's probably a better way to put it. Hey, I've gotten through all of these. Okay. Guess I've got to color his body now. Oh yeah, I've got a book on capoeira. I have not practiced it. I just saw it and I was like, I think I saw a YouTube video about how it doesn't matter how big you are. It's all about leverage and falling into place, mostly with capoeira. And I was like, looks fun. If I could learn how to do some breakdance fighting moves. Just, you know, not even to fight, just to, you know, show off and look cool. So I got a book on capoeira. And I never used it. I think I opened it up when I first got it and looked through a few pages, but I never put it to use. Lots of photos and stuff. Ah, shucks. What did I just do? There we go. I'll leave that blue. I actually think a wrestling ring would be a perfect place to practice capoeira. You won't have to worry about dirty dirt, rolling around in dirt, getting grass stains all over your pants, spinning on cement that might be hot or just full of gravel and stuff. Actually, gravel might be... Nah, I always worry about dirt getting in my eye. I don't know. Just do it, man. Oh, man, I missed a bunch of frames. He had a feeling that that would happen. Man, the bass is kicking in these songs. I'm pretty sure games like Tekken inspired a whole generation of people's musical tastes. Huh? What? Oh, Jericho never won a Super J Cup. He actually lost to Benoit. Huh. I remember, I think I went to Jericho's website back in the early 2000s when I first got the internet, and he said that his Super J Cup match against Benoit was one of his top 10 back then. But this is like 20 years ago. So I'm sure his top 10 probably changed by now, but I went on my way to watch that match. And yeah, it's pretty amazing. Come on, mother... Oh. Jericho. They let you say anything in Japan. It's a different language. We don't know. There's no context for what these words are. You can't offend us. It's not our language. Maybe I should do my auditions while I'm taking my break. But I'd rather, I don't know, get something to eat or train or get some exercise from sitting down all this time. I feel like taking a nap. I'm supposed to be working. Lionheart versus Wild Pegasus. So cool. It's like, what happened to the art of, like, grappling and countering? I know that I learned, one of the first things I learned when I was wrestling was lockup, and I think they called it the arm series, where you lock up, put someone in headlock, and then there was a counter where you grab their wrist and you go under it, and then you get behind them and put them in a, what is it, hammer lock? And I was like, well, I really like this stuff. It's really cool. And he was like, well, that's basic. If you want to bore people, sure, you can do that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is cool stuff if you do it right. It's about the execution, not just a move. But I was used to watching, you know, Japanese stuff where people would do a move and if there was a series of reversals and locks and reversals and counters, people would, they go, ooh. I'm used to that. American, nah, don't bash America. Come on, it's still it's a different audience. I'll say that. It's like everybody else is watching John Wayne movies, and I'm over here watching Bruce Lee. Big haymaker punches for fights in movies. And you got Bruce Lee throwing roundhouse kicks. You just don't know what you're missing. I feel like my feet are falling asleep. Anyway, what was I doing? I was coloring something. Okay, got his body. I was doing darker colors. Okay, and I guess I'll do the jacket. Turn that blue. Let's use lighter blue and then add the details with the darker blue later. So lasso tool here. Go around this buffle, so I won't color that in. And push G for the fill bucket. There you go. Hammerlock, yes. So it's lock up, pull them into a headlock, and you could, that's the thing. You don't have to choreograph a match. You just need to know what moves lead into what moves. It's so basic. It's so, if you're, it's from experience. It's like you do so many reps of something, you just know what the next move is. I just know that we did lock up, headlock, and usually it was, we could go into an, I think that he made us practice that over and over again. Lock up, headlock, hammerlock. Then from the hammerlock, the other guy goes into a hammerlock. Then the other guy goes into a hammerlock. And you just keep going. Hammerlock, headlock, hammerlock, headlock. Hammerlock, headlock, hammerlock, headlock. And when you're ready, you could probably do a push off into the ropes. And then usually whoever did the push the other guy off of them, they took the shoulder, they took the bump that was coming after he bounced back from the ropes. And I've noticed that that's what happened in WWE for the most part too. And so they push off from the hammerlock. They can shoulder tackle them or whatever. They bump down. They stay on the ground. Then from there, you could do the leapfrog series, where the guy hits the ropes in the corner, jumps over the guy. You get up off the ground, leapfrog over him while he runs past you, and then run the corners, back forth. One guy goes one way against the ropes and the other guy goes the other way. But yeah, after you do that so many times, your mind just, you just know the combinations. You don't have to choreograph a match. You know what the next move is. It's really interesting. Because there's so many people who have the mistake to think that all matches are choreographed. Some people like choreographing their matches because they want it to look like a big movie. But if you just want it to be like a match, like you're in the situation and you're living through it, you know, just know how to wrestle. Well, I don't know. Wrestle? Is wrestling the right term for it? Know how to work, I'll say that. But I don't know, in the fuller context, you know, it's a wrestling, pro wrestling, so I don't know. I like saying wrestling, I don't like saying work. I'm not well, I'm trained to be one. Whatever. Let's get back to this. I'm pressing E. Oh yeah, from a hammer, like from a lockup, you could do so many things. You could do a power slam. Yeah, basically. Most power slams can start from lockup. I think they always, otherwise it just looks weird when people walk into it. Kind of mosey into position. Got your arms wide open, ready to grab the other guy. I mean, scoop him up. But yeah, Paul London, that was the guy I liked watching at the moment I was training. And I read a biography that he trained for 3 months to be a wrestler, and before he had his first match. So I was like, okay, I'm no Paul London, so 6 months. Let's see if I can have a match by 6 months. But they went out of business. No, wait, did they go out of business or did they just move? I think they moved. That, and they were gonna have he wanted me to do a run-in, I just didn't have a car. Plus, I'd never driven anywhere. I think that was the main thing. It wasn't that I didn't have a license. I think it was the fact that I had never driven out of my city. After that, I told myself I needed to buy a GPS, and that solved all my problems right there. I kind of try to be in the mindset of, if you have a problem, find a solution for it. Give it a solution instead of just living with it an excuse, you know? Because I was like, oh, I can't drive there. I don't know how to get there. And it's like, you use a map, and it's like, I'm not good at using a map. And it's like, okay. They have GPSs. Can you get a GPS? And I'm like, yeah. And apparently, GPS was the solution. It's better to get a solution to live with an excuse, I guess. Put that on a t-shirt. Find a solution instead of living with your excuse. Yeah, yeah. Put that on an inspirational poster. Okay, I feel like I'm stalling now. Just to make the hour. I shouldn't do that. Nah, I'm not gonna color those lines. Oh, shucks. London shouldn't have smiled at Vince once, says Smurfia. The thing about that is, that's what his gimmick was. He was just living his gimmick. He was supposed to smile. That's what his... I think his gimmick was the dynamic something, I don't know. It was his team with Paul London. Paul London's team with Spanky. I actually took a picture with Paul London, and that's what I did. I did the frowny face with the thumbs down, and he did the smiling face with the thumbs up. That was his thing. He would smile all the time. That was his gimmick. He was supposed to do that. He was living his character. He was doing his thing. Dude, come on. Don't you watch the product, Vince? It's your show. Yeah, Paul London's pretty cool. It was weird seeing him live in person because he had gray hair. And I always thought he was a relatively young guy. I think he's like 2 years older than me. I didn't think I was that old, but he was like, well, at least I assumed he was. But yeah, that was interesting meeting him. He's a really cool guy. At the time, he was selling a movie that he had made. Where he was a pro wrestler who got teleported into medieval times. And he said the theme was basically, it was supposed to be like those 80s fantasy movies. Which are kind of a thing that people just gloss over. It seems like a interesting point in movie history. Like, sure, we had the ninja exploitation of the 70s and the 80s going all the way into the early 90s, but no one ever talks about the fantasy movies. Low-budget fantasy movies. You know, like Beastmaster. It's like Conan started it, but even before Conan, they had those Hercules movies and Jason and the Argonauts and all that stuff. Fantasy movies, but I think Schwarzenegger with Conan, his Conan movies started stuff like Beastmaster and a bunch of other stuff. Sword and Sandal movies. Oh yeah, London's 41. Yeah, he's just a few years older than me. But he looked really haggard. I guess it was the road miles. Oh, pressed 1. No, I don't know what I pressed. F1 or something? This keyboard's so small. But yeah, I loved his move, the mushroom stomp. That was... And the drop salt. It's the drop kick into a moonsault. Like, when I saw it in the match, I hadn't seen him in so long. I just knew that he could do that 450. So when he had his match, and another guy ran into the ring, and he knocked him down, and he was on the ground behind him, and he did that drop kick into a moonsault on the guy who was behind him, I was like, I totally forgot about that move. It was so cool. And the mushroom stomp, yeah, that was really cool. I actually took a poster to the match that I had printed up at Staples. It was Super Mario 3 themed Paul London. I ended up seeing shirts just like it in other places though. Wonder if I could find that picture. Well, that's doing the search for the photo. I'll keep working. Well, it's not a photo, it's an image.
Whatever.
There it is. Yeah, here it is. I couldn't tell what color eyes he had, so I just made him gray. The hero of the prophecy. That's what they call him in the movie. And he had Nightwing gear, but he changed the colors up. That was really cool. Well, since I have these photos still up, I always thought that Paul Rudd looked a lot like Ben Affleck, so I used the app to morph both of their faces together. And this is what Paul Rudd mixed with Ben Affleck would look like. Huh. I did another one of those too. It was Garfield, Andrew Garfield mixed with Tobey Maguire. Okay, it's Tom Holland, Tobey Maguire, and Andrew Garfield. Wait, okay, here's Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield's faces mixed together. And then, just because I was curious, I mixed Tom Holland, Tobey Maguire, and Andrew Garfield's face together, so... This is what that looks like. So we're getting this amalgamated Peter Parker face thing going, huh? It's like Fusion, DBZ Fusion. But yeah, here's a fusion of Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire. That was off topic, but I just thought it was funny. Basically same person. There's just other features like fused in between. It's really interesting. It's really interesting. It's like you took all the Batman and fused them into one guy. I guess you eventually get the Bruce Wayne. Amalgamate Bruce Wayne. Now I'm going to leave that alone. Alright. There we go. You should do all the Jokers. I've got to remember where that app was. What was the name of that thing? I think in the bottom corner it had a name of the app on it. The app is for like baby pictures. You know, like what would your baby look like if you know, if this person had a baby with this person, what would it look like? You know. I think it says at the bottom of the page, it's morphthing.com. Okay. That's how you do the amalgamations. You take two photos of two people from front-facing position. It's pretty interesting. I just got the thought that if they did have a live-action Dragon Ball Z movie, and they need a Vegito or Gogeta, they could do one of those morph thing algorithm faces and deep fake it. Like take two deep fakes of two actors and then morph them into one person. That would be gimmick enough to, you know what? You don't even need to be Dragon Ball Z. Just think of a way to put that gimmick into a movie. Just do it. It would just, I would love to see that. It's kind of like the movie The One. The gimmick was, let's see Jet Li fight Jet Li. I just want to see, okay, let's see what these two celebrities would look like if they were one person. With significant screen time. I mean, like at least 5 minutes. Like Godzilla screen time, you know? You could sprinkle it around the movie. Save the budget, but someone needs to find a way to do that. Combine two deepfakes into one, and then form a new person. Full live action. And then you have a voice actor do the voice, though, of course. That would be so cool. Someone needs to do that. It's just like that technology I was talking about earlier. About, like deepfake. It's like, wow, why didn't I think of that before? And it's like the new process of scanning people with lasers to get real-time 3D modeling from a live source. It's like, oh, why not think of that? Why hasn't anyone thought of like comboing deepfakes into new people? It would be computer generated, but it wouldn't involve any model work. It would just be algorithmic. That's actually a pretty good place to stop. I don't know how much music is left. This Kuma and Panda scene. There's 44 minutes in. It's an hour and 16 minutes of music. And my feet. I'm losing circulation in my feet. I've either got to lay down or go for a walk or... Man, I wanted to work out, but... Ugh, my feet. I'll just sitting down. Okay, let's finish this jacket. I'll probably end up doing a few more things before I get out of here. I'm getting too distracted. That was fast. So everything went that smooth. Well, I guess I can't really... Yeah, I can. Just have to decide what lines will be shaded and... I mean, what areas will be shaded and what lines will be in color. Oh. I'm kind of bored, so I guess I'll shade these pants. The vest would be too much work. I always describe this job I'm doing as like rendering. It's basically, I'm doing the heavy rendering that a machine would do, but with human judgment and discernment. Like, this was just thrown through a filter, like Blade Strangers. Yeah, it wouldn't look that good. But once you have the artist's hand on it, it changes into a real animation, you know? Blade Strangers. When the Switch version came out, they were like, oh no, we fixed the graphics. Don't worry, we fixed them. And I'm like, okay, we'll see, we'll see. And I don't know if it was psychosomatic, but I was like, yeah, it does look a little better. But I don't know. Technically, it still didn't look that wonderful. Well, this leg's farther back, so shouldn't it be a little bit more shaded? But it's the school of Capcom thought. Yeah, it looks good. Let's do that. Oh. Thing about human rendering versus computer rendering is like there's an aesthetical sense to it that a computer can't really capture. It's it might be physically correct for the real world, but as far as appeal, yeah, that's the word, I guess. Being visually appealing to the human eye. That has some say to it too. What am I trying to say? That has some relevance. Yeah. Yeah. Riot Fury. Play Strangers was an interesting idea, but the gameplay was just too complicated for how fun it was. Yeah, a little too Japanese. There's some games where, you know, I don't know, it seems like when you dub a game, it makes it more accessible. It doesn't feel it's Japanese still, but it feels more accessible. When they leave it Japanese, it's almost like this feels like it's only for the hardcore fans, kind of. I didn't feel that way until Street Fighter 4. When Street Fighter 4 came out and it had English voices, and I saw how like accessible it was to everyone, it kind of changed my mentality on how I felt about dubbing in fighting games. And the fact that well, the thing is, King of Fighters tried having a dub and just got lambasted. Like, no one liked the dub, but that came down to like hiring. You know, they didn't hire, you know, big name voice actors. Well, not even big name, experience. Let's say that. They took a risk with unknowns. They always pick unknowns. Non-union actors. I guess they were just cheaping out. Like Mighty Number 9, Keiji Inafune. He wanted the original voices to be English only. But there was an outcry from the fans. They were like, no, we crowdfunded this. Give us what we want. We want anime voices. Which was interesting. It was like, in Keiji Inafune's mind, Mighty Number 9 is supposed to be English. I think a lot of them feel the same way with Mega Man when they worked on that. That Mega Man, you know, in the world he lives in, they don't speak, like, the core language is English, not Japanese. So even though it's made in Japan and they're speaking Japanese, they're representing Americans. But that's kind of easy to recognize because all the characters' names are in English for the most part, except Tengu, man. That was out of left field. But yeah, it's kind of like if an American made a show that took place in Japan. The buildings and everything and all the characters will have Japanese names. I guess that's how Mega Man and Mighty Number 9 work. Like, they never explicitly tell you that it takes place in America, but... Well, in some continuities it takes place in New York, but most superhero stories do. But yeah, some people just seem like they have something against watching anything that looks like anime in English. It's like, you watch cartoons, don't you? You want those to be Japanese too? Because I understand the argument of, well, I want it to be an original language that the creators intended, for I could get the context that they intended purely, but when the creators say, no, we wanted this to be in English. It's like Devil May Cry. And I think the base audio of the Metal Gear games was English. They had a Japanese dub option, but I wish we got the Japanese dub option. I really didn't care for Hater's Snake voice. You could tell it wasn't his natural voice. He was trying for it. Wars changed. That's why I actually did like Kiefer Sutherland's voice for Snake, because that's his natural speaking voice. It's not a voice he's putting on. Metal Gear was always acclaimed for, wow, they have voice acting, ooh, it's so professional and stuff. And it's like, these are the same people who do your Cartoon Network cartoons anyway. So, well, you're acting like you've never heard them before. These guys are on Teen Titans. I mean, yeah. Some of them are on Teen Titans, some of them are in Justice League. I mean, come on, dude. It's so cinematic. They gave the actor's name. Actually, that's pretty cool. It actually gives them an air of importance. One thing about promoting, if you treat your stars like they're a big deal, people will see them as a big deal. So, yeah, is it? No, not Keiji Inafuda. Who's that? No, not Harada. Dang, all these producers and directors next. You know, the Metal Gear guy. Whatever. Yeah, I didn't even finish the game. I think I played the game mainly because I played the characters I liked. But in the end, they have a lot of cool characters in Blade Strangers. I mainly played it for Shovel Knight and is it Dragon's Crown? I think it's Dragon's Crown. The one that had the Nishimura Kinu character design characters. I don't know, I was fanboying out over Nishimura's characters. So I just played them. The ending and story it was comical. You know, it was a lighthearted reason to, you know, go punch people in the face, but, you know. Man, my feet. I'm sitting down, my feet hurt. What's up with that? Anyway. I'm just trying to get a little bit more simple stuff out of the way that doesn't involve too much discernment on my part as far as rendering. Before I stop, just have it out of the way. Like this coat, that's the can of worms that I'll save for later. Because all these colors. I'm gonna have to decide what's gonna be the darker details when I throw in this lighter shading. That I'm using the same color I'm gonna shade with as lines right now. So that's when all the mental gymnastics start popping up. Like Z had to open this big mouth and ruin it. Shovel Knight was supposed to be indivisible. Oh, Shovel Knight was supposed to be an indivisible. Wow, that would have looked good. He would have had an English voice then too. I would have loved to hear him. His Japanese voice made him sound really regal and big. So to hear how he would sound in English, maybe he does. Maybe somewhere, how there's some official voice of Shovel Knight in English. I just don't know about it. I don't know, I'm a sucker for voice acting. I don't know why I'm so interested in it. I don't know why I went out of my way to learn these people's names and go train and all that stuff. I don't know. I like puppetry too, and I didn't go learn how to make Muppets and go train to be a Muppet. Actually, I make costumes that were basically walking puppets, so I guess I do like puppets. Man, this music. I mean, it's so timeless. This industrial electronic stuff, man. It is what it is. It's more like it's ahead of its time than it is dated. It's not dubstep, but I'm sure dubstep fans would appreciate this electronic stuff too. Oh, this industrial. Actually, industrial fits Tekken really good. I mean, it's in the name, Tekken. I know it's spelled T-E-C. Don't, you know what? Don't embarrass yourself spelling. T-E-K-K-E-N. It's like Tekka, you know, Tekka Man Blade. That got Tekka is basically translated into tech. Because Tekka Man was translated in America to Techno Man. And Tekken, Ken is Japanese for fist or punch. Both synonymous with each other, interchangeable with each other. So it's like Iron Fist. It's more like Techno Fist, which is weird. It's a really weird name because no one's a. I know there's a lot of cyborgs, but the Mishimas aren't cyborgs. With a name like Tekken, you would assume that there were some more cyborgs. You got Brian Fury. You've got Basanovich's daughter. The Jack robots. Yoshimitsu. But the main characters, like the central characters, are not. They're not robots. They don't have. Rise of the Robots could have been called Tekken. That would have made more sense. It's an expression. Iron Fist it means you hit really hard. I'm not buying it. It's not good enough. It needs more robots. Cyborgs. I don't know. Techno Fist doesn't have a ring to it. But if you spell Tekken, T-E-C-H, Tech, then Ken, you know. Actually, that'd be a good off-brand Tekken. Maybe if somebody wanted to make the Chinese knockoff, they'd spell it that way. Wonder if that's copywritten. Then everyone who doesn't know how Tekken's spelled, but they just heard the name. Hey, my friend said Tekken's a good game. Let's look it up. And then they search for it and they get T-E-C-E-H-K-E-N. That's a good gag. That's a good gag. That'd be a nice little skit. But then you have to have off-brand characters. Yeah, usually in a situation like that, they don't even have characters that resemble the characters from the game. It's like they took a bunch of, it's like a bad Mugen. You take a whole bunch of knockoff characters from, you take a whole bunch of other characters from a bunch of other games and change their names. Like, I don't think this is what they were talking about. Wow, I've been here 20 minutes extra. Alright. I've been streaming for how long? 4 hours and 17 minutes. It's time to take a break. Probably 1 or 2 hours for me. I'll start another stream. I'll just edit them together when I do the time lapse. I'm actually saving all these videos. I've been saving the other ones that I haven't been broadcasting on my hard drives. It's gigs and gigs and hours of video. I probably have about 90 hours of video. Wait, no. Let's go by how many pay. Started recording. No, I was like 200 hours of video. I'm on. These are 200 some frames, so 200 hours of video. Yeah, that's no exaggeration. It's like hours and hours of video. It's filling up my hard drive. So once I edit those down and post them, they should be smaller. But until then, if I do stream these, streams will be up on YouTube, so that will save me some space. I'll just re-download them later. Why isn't it playing? Okay, it's going through frames, but play. Okay, thank you. Part of me thinks it could use 1 or 2 more frames. But it's already 10 frames, so... And it's in the air, so he has to land eventually. Okay. I am on my way out of here. Did I get any new subscribers? Nope. I'm gonna have to check out Sylvia Torres's page. I think I know her. I think I used to work with Sylvia Torres. But anyway. I am going to end the stream. So I'm gonna probably start up a new stream later. But until then, I'm gonna say goodbye to everyone. Oh, let's play that 3-minute warning. No, don't show your hard drive space. You waste space. They'll shame you. Let's not optimize space for your computer. That's not the way you do that. This will probably get me this video demonetized, but I'm not monetized anyway. It's just, you know, for future aspects. If I ever hit 1,000 subscribers with my sparse upload rate and lack of promotion. I'll just, what is it called? You have an option where you could actually take the audio out, or it seems more like it just lowers the audio. It doesn't really. It doesn't really stop the audio. just isn't timed properly. Yeah, it doesn't need more frames timed properly. Yeah, that's under. Yeah, I think I see it. Um, Trap Production says you could make some short videos. That would be an easier way of getting content up on the channel. Yeah, I intend to do that. I just need to. I have an easier time doing that after I actually finish animation, and if it's in the same day. But if it's the day after, I feel like I need to make another animation. So it's just all about time displacement sort of thing. When I make something, I have to upload it that day, or before I go to sleep anyway. Or it's kind of too late to do it. But I don't know. I also don't know what I can show. I just know that he said I could show basic attacks, and air attack is one. Oh, I better. A 3-minute warning's going, so better start thanking people. Yeah, short vids mean editing. Editing means too much time away from animating. Yep. I'd like to thank Smurf for showing up. I'd like to thank This is Trap Productions for showing up. Who else? J-Man _20XX. Thanks. Riot Kitty was here. She graced us with her feminine charms and presence. Who else was here? I think that's everybody. Alright. We had a good time. I'll probably come back in 2 hours and start to stream again. Maybe 1 hour. It depends. But I've had a good stream. It was nice talking to everybody again, catching up, just letting me ramble. So until next time, be seeing ya. Stay out of trouble.